Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we welcome all of the viewers across the world. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time to KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri KAILASA, the only and greatest Hindu nation, the enlightened civilization on planet Earth. Sri KAILASA is a Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, whom we fondly refer as Swamiji, and this nation serves millions of people across the world with a simple yet powerful way to experience and live enlightenment with the original techniques and lifestyle from the Agamas mapped down to the modern day user. It's at this time that we gather for the most awaited part of our day, the Nithyananda Satsang. For millions of us across the world, this is the time that we are preparing ourselves for the darshan of Paramashiva. This is the time when, no matter what time zone we might be in, where we are from, which country we are in, we are here today and log in to the KAILASA's Nithyananda TV to await the darshan of Paramashiva and be a part of the Nithyananda Satsang. It's at this time that an alarm goes off inside of us to tune in to the KAILASA's Nithyananda TV and align back to the ultimate purpose in our life. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela for each and every one of us to be a part. Swamiji has taken the physical form and come down from Kailasa itself. Now that Swamiji is here, it is time we can celebrate his happening. We invite all of the viewers who are gathering with us as we are preparing for the Nithyananda Satsang, preparing for what Swamiji will reveal to us and for the rest of our day. We can share this satsang and spread the message of Sri Kailasa. We invite you to share this link in all of the social media platforms on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you can, to invite more and more people to be ultimately transformed and have super conscious breakthrough in their lives. For many of us, the purpose of our lives may not yet be clear to us. We may not know what we want in our life. The current generation of youth, of people aged 15 to 35, have probably want a successful career and happy relationships. And of course, even past 35, as we are living, these remain the same desires that we might want: a successful career, happy relationships, a healthy body, wealth. All of these remain our desires. And yet, we still have a lot of confusion, self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred when it comes to facing life and what may happen ahead of us. At this time especially, as the coronavirus pandemic is really showing no signs of slowing down, the standing institutions in place for successful career, for creating happy relationships, all of this is slowly dissolving. People are asking ourselves how we can have happy relationships, how we can have what we want when the institution around us is really dissolving and all of the society, the ways of the old world order are crumbling right in our hands. Relationships are at question when we have to social distance, and even our careers are really hard to navigate when we do not have the institutions there in place which were there before. While this may be daunting for some of us, now is the perfect time. While the world is dissolving, the world order is dissolving, and the new world order is coming into place, this is the perfect time to build our consciousness and start consciously living in our lives. Before we pursue our careers or pursue better relationships, now we can address the most fundamental parts of our life: how we cognize ourselves and how we feel about our life. Swamiji tells us that life is not about what we do in our lives. It's not about how much money we have, how many people we know, how popular we are, the name and fame that we have given for ourselves, but it is about the powerfulness that we feel about life. When we wake up in the morning, the excitement, the enthusiasm that we have, the inspiration that we have for the life ahead of us, that is what makes life. Over the last few months, Swamiji has continuously been revealing to us about the old world order, which is dissolving, becoming redundant, and how to navigate our way in the new world order. And not only that, how we can lead the current generation into the new world order. Swamiji has been saying that literally right now, the Pralaya is happening. It's not a physical Mahapralaya, but a large-scale dissolution is happening. In Swamiji's own words, the Aghora Tandava of Paramashiva is happening all over the world. Coronavirus has affected at least 100% of humanity because in some way or another, people are being either under lockdown, facing an economic collapse, facing questions in their career and their relationships. whether or not they may be physically affected by the coronavirus or their family might be affected by the coronavirus, these social terms have affected 100% of humanity, no matter where you are, no matter what is happening, because of the pandemic and because of the crumbling institutions. People are affected no matter what. In Hinduism, in our scriptures, this age, this current time that we are living, has already been predicted. And in fact, it is a part of a cyclical time, what we recognize as the Kali Yuga. During this time, during the Pralaya, a huge destruction happens and a new world order forms. As Swamiji has said, that till December 14th, it is just going to be literally the Pralaya. What is going to withstand this whole Pralaya and what will melt down? Everything will become clear only after December 14th. There are 7 ways that, according to our scriptures, the Pralaya happens, whether it is extreme earthquakes, fire, dust storms, extreme rain, floods, sandstorms, man-made wars. Just in the last month, we can see how there are so many different types of natural disasters happening all over the world. The world is preparing itself for a superconscious breakthrough. It is just resetting itself. And Swamiji has given us a insight into what is happening, not just physically in the physical domain that we can see in front of us, but also what is happening in the superconscious level and what is happening in a macrocosm level, a level that our human eyes really cannot see. So now we can understand from Swamiji himself about what is happening in the universe level.
I'll tell you precisely physics, chemistry, biology of this Pralaya and give you specific instructions to protect yourself and sail through, not only sail through, use this Pralaya for a beautiful superconscious breakthrough and enlightenment. So all the Paramashiva program participants and all the satsangis and all the initiated disciples, all the Paramashivoham season 8 participants, sit with high awareness and watch this video. I have a video to present to all of you. Please watch it very sincerely because I have many things to tell you after this video. Please watch it.
You are looking at the most detailed 3-dimensional map of the universe known to humankind, and it's called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Scientists from around the world have just completed a 20-year-long survey of the night sky, measuring the positions and distances of more than 4 million galaxies and quasars. This detailed map will help scientists shed light on the remaining mysteries of the universe. Let's go on a journey from the local stars to the largest scales of our universe. Beyond the local stars that draw familiar constellations in the night sky in the neighborhood of the Earth, in addition to our own Milky Way, billions of galaxies are spread throughout the observable universe. Moving faster than light, we will take you through space in a journey from our place in the Milky Way all the way out to the large-scale structures of the visible universe, and we'll tell you about how we're mapping it out. Since 1998, the scientific community has realized that the universe is not only expanding, but its expansion is accelerating. This unexpected acceleration constitutes one of the major conundrums in physics. From a theoretical perspective, the acceleration may be accounted for by either assuming that there exists some mysterious dark energy, or by modifying Einstein's theory of gravity, called general relativity. In the same year, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey was launched to tackle this enigma of the accelerating expansion of the universe. The Sloan Digital Sky Survey is a vast collection of the angular positions of galaxies observed in the sky, as well as their distances from us, determined by observing the systematic shift of galactic light induced by the expansion of the universe, the so-called redshift. In this new map of our universe, the large dark patches are mostly regions obscured by the Milky Way that cannot be observed. During the last 20 years, through 4 exploratory phases, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey has created the most detailed 3-dimensional maps of the universe. To achieve this, it focused on different classes of galaxies: nearby galaxies, red galaxies, more distant star-forming galaxies, and superluminous distant active galaxies called quasars. The 4th and latest Sloan survey took place from 2014 till 2020. During this time, the new project called the Extended Baryon Oscillation Spectroscopic Survey, or EBOS for short, continued previous Sloan mapping of the extragalactic sky and just recently finished measuring distances for 1 million galaxies and quasars. These successive surveys allow scientists to trace the large-scale structures of the universe up to a fraction of its horizon, represented by the cosmic microwave background emission, seen here as a colorful pattern projected onto a sphere. The cosmic microwave background is the thermal relic of the universe, which dates back to about 400,000 years after the birth of the universe, also known as the Big Bang. Adding the EBOS data to the previous Sloan exploratory phases 1, 2, and 3, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey now has a database of 4 million galaxies and quasars, assembling the largest and most complete 3D map of the universe to date. This unprecedented achievement provides scientists with new tools for shedding light on dark energy and also for constraining the theory of general relativity, leading to a better understanding of the fundamental laws that rule our universe.
Listen, the key information, the key line I wanted to bring all your attention through this video is: universe is not just expanding, its expansion is accelerated. Please understand. Last few years, I am screaming in top of my voice that superconscious breakthrough is happening. Please understand. It is not only just the physics level. The universe expansion is accelerated. It's a dark energy, the dark matter, in that level, the unmanifest, in avyakta, unmanifest level itself, the expansion is accelerated intensely. Please understand. The expansion is accelerated intensely in the dark energy, in the dark matter, unmanifest, avyakta swarupa of Paramashiva. See, Paramashiva's manifest form only is this world which we are all enjoying, experiencing. There is an unmanifest form of Paramashiva, dark matter. What we call dark energy, dark matter. The triggering of expansion, not just expansion, acceleration of expansion is happening from that dark energy, dark matter. Because scientists are using the word dark energy, dark matter, I am using the same word. But if you ask me to give a right word, I will say Swatta, Sutta, Swayam Prakasa, Jyoti. I will call it a superconscious energy, superconscious matter. See, because the human eyes can't cognize, human beings are calling it as a dark matter. But because human eyes can't cognize, but third eye can cognize, I am calling it as a Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti, light, superconsciousness is the word rishis, enlightened beings will use. But unfortunately, scientists have their own limitation. With the two eyes, when you see something which is not seen, you call it as dark. With three eyes, when you see something and you know it cannot be seen by the two eyes, you call that as Jyoti. Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti Mandala. What we show as Jyoti of Arunachala, what exists as unmanifest of Paramashiva, is one and the same. Please listen. This acceleration of expansion is from the unmanifest, avyakta, sarira of Paramashiva, the unmanifest space of Paramashiva. From that, the acceleration of expansion is happening. Now, the superconscious breakthrough is imminent. It has to happen. It is happening. I have been sent to planet Earth to facilitate this only. Listen to the next line. Now listen what I am saying. When there is $1 trillion stimulus, economy package, in US, or some billions of dollars in India, each country is giving the stimulus package to keep the economy afloat. Who gets the money? People who already built the infrastructure like a banks, airlines, companies, who needs the boost, they get the first share. Sometimes if you lobby properly, you get. Listen, listen. This is exactly the same thing with Cosmos also. whoever is doing the spiritual practice with integrity intensely already, they get the first chunk share of the superconscious breakthrough and superconscious powers and the manifestation of Paramashiva. Listen. Just like our governments choose which sector to pump the money to keep the economy afloat, Paramashiva chooses who are the beings in whom I should just manifest the powers and superconsciousness first, so I can trigger this all over the world. I can inspire the human beings. I can make this as a ripple effect. Two people, two kinds of people. Intense seekers, sincerely integrated way, practicing. Either you practice unclutching or completion, any form of nirvikalpa samadhi practice. And don't be shocked, surprised. There is a beautiful book by Thomas M. Kempis, Practicing the Presence of the God, from Christian tradition. I would sincerely recommend all our sincere seekers to read that book. There are many who had Nirvikalpa Samadhi from the order of Saint Francis of Assisi. As a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and responsible practicing Hindu, I am making this statement.
Another aspect of the Pralaya that Swamiji had talked about is the famine affecting the world now. In the article by the World Health Organization, they describe more people are going hungry. An annual study by the United Nations has found tens of millions have joined the ranks of the chronically undernourished over the past 5 years. And countries around the world continue to struggle with multiple forms of malnutrition. The latest edition of the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World, published today, estimated that almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, up by 10 million from 2018, and by nearly 60 million in 5 years. High cost and low affordability also mean billions cannot eat healthily or nurturously. The hungry are most numerous in Asia, but expanding fastest in Africa. Across the planet, the report forecasts the COVID 19 pandemic could tip over 130 million more people into chronic hungry by the end of 2020. The state of food security and nutrition in the world is the most authoritative global study tracking progress towards ending hunger and malnutrition. Threads of the five agencies warn that 5 years after the world committed to end hunger, food insecurity, and in all form of malnutrition, we are still off track to achieve this objective by 2030. In the face of this shocking global famine, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has given several guidelines that can help each and every one of us and the globe at large. Let us now see his guidelines for the whole world.
Yesterday I was talking about plant-based diet, vegetarian lifestyle, not just diet, whole lifestyle, plant-based lifestyle, stopping the idea that whole planet Earth belongs to only human race. Human race may be superior race because of its ability to torture and kill and eliminate other beings. But we need to know planet Earth is not exclusively for us. We are here to coexist. Since the civilization, human civilization started, we lost 83% of wild mammals. Understand, whatever I am talking is from clear binary logic information. I am not even talking from cosmic logic. I am talking from binary logic. Even in binary logic level, 83% of the wild mammals we lost. 80% of marine mammals we lost. 50% of plants we lost. 15% of fish we lost. I'll tell you, animal-based lifestyle, just for our small luxuries, comforts, taste bud satisfaction, we are ready to torture and kill animals. Fur belongs to them, not this body. You can't remove fur from their body and use it on your body. You can't torture and kill and eliminate. Neither cosmic logic nor binary logic allows us to conclude the animal-based lifestyle is right. Please be very clear. Cosmic logic and binary logic, both are very clear. Meat-based diet or animal-based lifestyle means using animal products for your comfort, luxury, in any form is not right, not sustainable, not the right way to exist for a long time. We are deluded with our extreme greed and selfishness. We are forgetting the environmental impact of livestock. The environmental impact of livestock, whether the water, fresh water needed, or the planet's land surface occupied by the livestock industry, the national water footprint in the US alone, and human-induced greenhouse gas emissions due to livestock, pastures and rangelands have been degraded due to overgrazing and erosion in every level. The meat-based lifestyle and animal products being used for cosmetics or as clothes in any other way for our lifestyle is not going to be sustainable, and it is not right as per binary logic and as per cosmic logic, both level. I request Hindus to start setting a trend all over the world. There are 2 billion living, practicing, born Hindus all over the world. I request all of you living, practicing, born Hindus, first let us set a trend of moving to nature-based lifestyle. Let's stop torturing, killing animals. Let's drop this idea planet Earth is exclusively for us. Let's drop this demonic cognition, demonic tendency of concluding the whole planet Earth is our exclusive right. No. Let us learn aparigraha and asteya, non-stealing and living with minimal things. Let's end consumeristic culture. Let's end consumerism as religion. I tell you, modern day media cult is promoting consumeristic cult as the success of the life. Success of the life is not becoming slave of consumeristic cult which is promoted by modern mass media cult. Mass media is cult. Consumerism is a cult. Becoming slave for consumeristic cult because of the mass media cult is brainwashing you is the worst delusion with which humanity is suffering. that is the source of multiple pandemics and crises yet to come. Understand? Separate the technological modern day achievements of science and human civilization and the consumeristic cult. Unfortunately, mass media is brainwashing you by putting these consumeristic cult ideas and the great achievements of science, technology of the humanity together as one concept called progressive lifestyle. No! Wake up to this truth. Hinduism had ultimate knowledge about the cosmos, everything. The scientific discoveries, evolution, thought current. Whether the field of physics, chemistry, biology, cosmology, medicine, psychology, consciousness, every field, Hinduism had absolute, extreme, unimaginable knowledge.
Swamiji promotes a sustainable and organic, cruelty-free vegetarian diet as the key to restoring the ecological balance and maintaining human health without the use of pharmaceutical products. In doing so, he has healed thousands of people from various diseases and improved the quality of their lives. Swamiji and the community that follows him in an indigenous minority community is called the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which is ASMT. In the last 10 years, the ASMT have been victim to numerous attempts to dispossess the lands which they reside by caste supremacist, extremist political elements through either false legal means or through brutal violence. The children of the traditional schools were deprived of ability to receive a traditional education by corrupt political elements bent on destroying Swamiji's spiritual mission of openness and inclusiveness. On the top of all, Swamiji is also subject to continuous media propaganda designed to promote ethnic discrimination and socio-spiritual movement. In the face of all this, Swamiji continues his mission to preserve and propagate traditional Siddha healing methods throughout India and save it from extinction. Not only he has His Divine Holiness spoken endlessly for the environment under his guidance. Adhinams around India and have established 6 goshalas and animal shelters. In these shelters, cows, goats, and even horses are taken care of with the loving practices of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The animals are fed with completely organic feed, given clean water and natural veterinary care as needed. As a result of these animal um, shelters, together have an annual yield of 24 to 300 liters of organic, chemical-free and non-GMO and absolutely toxin-free milk. Swamiji has established 8 organic farms where the indigenous farming practices in the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, called the Kamika Agama, are underway. The farming practices include traditional methods of tilling the land and applying natural fertilizer to the lands produced by healthy cows. The ancient traditions are now known to promote biodiversity in soils, which is a condition most industrial farms seriously lack. These farms produce rice, corn, coconut, mango, lentils, and a large array of vegetables, all completely organically grown. In addition, a part of the produce is used to run India's only 100% organic Hindu temple, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, which is also established by Swamiji. In this way, Swamiji has continuously been preparing thousands of people to be prepared for the Pralaya that we are undergoing today and leading us in the future, into the future, the era of the new world order. Yesterday, during satsang, Swamiji gave us another exemplary important guidance on how we conduct ourselves. That is, Swamiji said, involving with life is creation, manifestation, and sustenance and maintenance. Without involving, any strategy you do is only manipulation and will lead to destruction and delusion. If I have to put my whole life in one statement, the simple involvement and straight hard work. No strategies, absolutely no marketing strategies. During the satsang, Swamiji talked about a video taken in 2004 where Swamiji is singing kirtans. He says true quality of a leader is getting involved straight away without any questions asked and not waiting for the perfection. We can now watch that video and imbibe from Swamiji's his enthusiastic and blissful involvement with life.
Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha Deva. Ganesha, Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha Deva. Mata Jani Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Ganesha, Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha Deva. Mata Jani Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Mata Jani Parvati Pita Mahadeva.
in order to completely get involved and become an active leader in your own life, bringing superconscious breakthrough not only to ourselves but to the whole humanity. Swamiji gave us one instruction: let's get involved with E-Kailasa. Swamiji declared recently that E-Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva for all of us, not only to sail through this Pralaya, but to have superconscious breakthrough. What does E-Kailasa mean? It is the enlightened ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in our home. If we cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to us. Literally, enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without even moving out of your couch. It's basically enlightenment for couch potatoes. E-Kailasa is the solution that Swamiji has guided each and every one of us to protect ourselves from Pralaya and its effects, such as the pandemic fatigue. You can become more involved with your local Sangha or the community, which is gathered in hundreds of places all over the world. Together, waking up in the Brahma Muhurta time, the most auspicious time of the day, and doing puja together, doing yoga together, watching satsang, and doing power manifestation. Swamiji told us a few days ago during the satsang that the power of satsanga can raise us to Kailasa directly. Whatever knowledge that Swamiji received from his gurus, perfected, and he perfected it by living it and manifesting it. All of that is made available through E-Kailasa. He has then perfected the science of teaching by teaching this power manifestation science to millions of people from countries all over the world. And for people who are in all religions, all gender, and any different skin color. This whole science is coming to you, customized to you, free of cost, to directly your bedroom, to the screen in front of you. That whole thing is E-Kailasa. Of course, we've been doing this for so many years, for the last decade. Since 2010, we have continuously been relaying Swamiji's satsangs, the Nithyananda Yoga, Puja, everything on Nithyananda TV for hundreds of places all over the world for millions of people. But now it is happening in a more organized way and directly giving a solution to each and every one of us for this Pralaya, for the pandemic fatigue, for many people who are facing different issues during the pandemic across the world in 100 places. Now we are getting organized to have E-Kailasas, where the Sangha is gathering on Zoom conferencing and various video conferencing ways and doing the spiritual routine. If you want to sign up as an E-Kailasa Vasi and start this E-Kailasa in where you are located or join the nearest E-Kailasa, you can register now at kailasa.org/E-Kailasa.
For this Pralaya, Swamiji has guided us that we must infuse intense consciousness, peace inside you, into the world, the whole world. That is the only thing we can do, especially now. The only thing all of us can do is bring more unclutching and more shanti, peace through unclutching. Unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness where you are not clutching to any of the thought, emotion. Most of us prisoners of our past. We repeat the behaviors we are familiar with. This results in the feeling that life is repetitive and boring, that we never experience anything new. When we unclutch, each movement becomes fresh, exciting, and filled with possibility. When you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the another thought and carrying the load constantly, please understand, usually you transfer the load and the stress you created by one thought to another. And when you are constantly transferring those emotions to the next thought, your inner space becomes insensitive. Loaded with so much of emotions is naturally sinks into depression, restlessness, boredom, all the negative emotions. Unclutching is not connecting the thought and other thought and carrying the same stress and emotions. When you unclutch, you stop carrying the stress and negative emotions from one thought to another thought. And when you don't carry the stress, suffering, negativity, pressure, restlessness from one thought to another thought, naturally you experience peace inside. Many of us may still have questions about unclutching. They may not yet think this is the ultimate technique for them to run their lives. Those people may think that they need thoughts or they need the mind to function their lives. Let's now see what Swamiji has say to that.
Nityanandeshwar Paramashivasamarambam Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing in Adi Kailasa, Uttara Kailasa, Paschima Kailasa, everywhere with my love and respects. Today's subject is experience thoughtless state. Understand, before entering into the satsang, let's bow down to Paramashiva. Today is 4th day of the Brahmotsavam. Paramashiva is gracing us in Sarvalankara in Adi Kailasa and all over the world in all our temples. Let's first receive his blessings and then enter into the satsang.
कर्पूरनीराजनम् न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकम् नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतो जभग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य वासा सर्वमिदं विभाति श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि.
Let's enter into today's satsang. Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. But there will not be thoughts. Understand? Signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body. Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much, much, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it, manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhat-Vaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna was in the 77th day to give the world a super consciousness breakthrough and heal the world from COVID-19. People from over 50 countries continuously radiated the space of Paramashivoham by practicing the unclutching meditation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, starting from 13th May Indian Standard Time. 528 people, sessions from 4 languages around the world, from 50 countries, collectively meditated for 31,680 minutes for peace. Every language started with chanting the Mahavakya for 1 hour, and then Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita for 1 hour, and then hours of straight unclutching. If you would like to join the movement, please sign up the movement at http://kailasha.tv/minutes 4 peace.
Every day during this satsang introduction, we get the time to have the Leela Dhyana, have the divine Leela of the avatar of Swamiji be given to us, told to us by Swamiji himself in what's called the autobiography of the avatar. First, we should understand that for normal people, human beings such as you and I, our life story is told after we die. After we leave our body, we always have our story is then written after we die. But for incarnations, the story of their life is a script. It is written, and then incarnations come down and enact it. Every single moment, every single experience, everything is an initiation. If we just hear the remembrance of Swamiji, of his own life, if we hear the story of Swamiji, it's an initiation. It's a seed put inside of us for that same experience to be brought out, to come to its fulfillment in another person. For thousands of years, we have had so many incarnations come down to planet Earth, and they are in fact one of the most pivotal central points, foundations for Sanatana Hindu Dharma itself, and the reason why it's one of the surviving ancient civilizations which exist on planet Earth, of all of the ancient civilizations. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is among all of the ancient civilizations, it is perhaps one of the only ones standing alive and still there today. Even though it may be persecuted, it may be extremely vulnerable, and that is why Swamiji has come down to planet Earth in order to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma from being vanquished entirely. Hinduism still survives, and it's because in its essence, the science itself is the laws of the cosmos itself. Before proceeding into the autobiography of the avatar section of today's satsang introduction, let's first watch a brief video about Hinduism Now, bringing you the news of Hinduism from around the world right now.
Since 1885, the longest legal battle of 134 years was demanding to pray and conduct puja at the birth site of Lord Ram. This August 5th, the Bhumi Puja consecration ceremony is scheduled to take place at Ayodhya. It is said the priest of Kashi Vishwanath temple jumped into the well with Jyotirlinga to protect it from Aurangzeb in September 1669. The same bloodied history had already been repeated when Mughal King Babur destroyed the temple of Lord Ram in 1528 and used the temple's columns in the construction of Babri Mosque. With the Bhumi Puja ceremony just days away, the Communist Party of India has lodged a protest against airing the ceremony on the state-run TV channel Doordarshan. The Communist Party sent a letter to the central government demanding not to air the program, stating it is against the accepted norms of national integrity, and that the National Broadcasting Agency should abide by the provision of upholding the unity and integrity of the country and the values enshrined in the Constitution by not airing the program sacred to most of India's 966 million Hindus. The Communist Party letter argues that broadcasting Lord Ram's Janma Bhoomi Puja contravenes the principles of secularism and religious harmony, and that as a broadcasting channel governed by an arm of the state, the use of Doordarshan to telecast the religious function in Ayodhya must be avoided. An estimated 200 guests may attend the ceremony in Ayodhya, including the Prime Minister of India. The foundation laying ceremony will mark the beginning of the construction of the temple that is expected to take 3 years to complete. Another political activist, Saket Gokhale, has filed a petition claiming the Uttar Pradesh government cannot allow the event to be held, as it violates Unlock 2.0 guidelines issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs, which clearly prohibited religious gatherings of any kind. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to attend the event as a functionary to the installation of a 22.6 kilogram brick of silver that will be installed during the ceremony.
In continuation of the autobiography of the Avatar, since yesterday, we were able to understand what was the life of the Avatar during his wanderings through the length and breadth of India in around 1998-1999. For the Avatar, the wandering is not parivrajaka. Normal sadhus, sannyasis, in our tradition, we take up parivrajaka, or wandering throughout India in order to seek enlightenment. It is a fundamental aspect of our country. And in fact, you can see it in all other cities of India. If you're coming here, there will be sadhus, sannyasis, who are in search of enlightenment. For the Avatar, for Swamiji, it was not a classical parivrajaka in that sense. It was literally the Avatar just researching, seeing the day-to-day lives of people, seeing what the world needed from him. It was simply him wandering in the days before he ultimately organized and completely took up the mission of reviving Sri Kailasa. Of course, all the traditional aspects of Parivrajaka, Swamiji still took up and did. He took a vow not to touch any many, and his only possessions at that time were 2 pieces of kavi, the saffron-colored cloth. He was wearing the one he was wearing, and one more that he will keep just around him. He will keep a kamandalu, or a small pitcher to carry water in. He traveled wherever his feet took him. Whenever he was tired, he will sleep, maybe in a train or under a tree. Whenever he was hungry, he would beg for food. That is a tradition of sadhus and sannyasis to do, to beg for whatever they wanted. He would walk, hitchhike, or ride the trains all over India, of course, visiting the temples, the areas of spiritual pilgrimage. The beauty of Vedic culture and heritage is that it's still prevalent, even though it may be only in the not urban parts of India. He was treated in many cities where they treat sadhus with love and respect. They always gave the alms, the food, whenever he begged. Swamiji said that this is the only place, those rare places in the villages and the remote places of India where the corruption of the heritage has not yet happened. In those places, the respect and love for sadhus still exists. Swamiji says that if this had happened anywhere else, I would have been completely disrespected as a homeless beggar. But because it is a huge privilege to be able to serve sadhus and sannyasis in Vedic culture, Even the poorest of the poor offered whatever they could to him, because it is punya to be able to offer a alms or food, whatever it is, to a sadhu sannyasi. And of course, for offering it to the avatar, it is liberation itself. In trains, even the inspectors would allow Swamiji free tickets so that he could travel wherever he pleases. Swamiji once narrates that he once was on the train and a ticket inspector came up to him and asked him, "Where is his ticket?" Swamiji just looked at him and replied in his broken Bengali, "What ticket? You are existence, I am existence, this train is existence. When everything is existence, why do I need a ticket?" And the inspector just laughed and let him go. So throughout India, Swamiji, at this time, in around 1998, 1999, when he was 19 and 20 years old, 21 years old, before he ultimately took up the revival of Sri KAILASA with so much of fervorance, he was simply wandering throughout India, seeing what people needed from him. And he had so many divine interactions where the people who crossed paths with him would still remember, of course, even today. There are even remembrances that have come out of nowhere. Mysterious people who always say, "I know Swamiji, and I've seen him when he was wandering throughout India. I recognize his face from that time." In one of these divine interactions that Swamiji describes even today as a beautiful interaction with an old lady who is a devotee of Krishna. Let's now understand and hear that story from Swamiji himself about when he had the darshan of Krishna when he was interacting with an old, humble lady.
When I was 19 or 20, that was the time when I was wandering, walked length and breadth of India. This incident happened before my enlightenment. I'm just trying to find the right words to narrate that whole incident because it's such an amazing, inspiring incident. Sometimes there will be traffic jam in my throat. Too many words want to come out. So I tell them, relax, relax. I was staying in an old lady's house, very old lady. She was living alone, maybe 80 or something. She was having one cow and a small house. From that cow, every day she'll get the milk and make curd and buttermilk out of it. She'll go to that whole village. Village means few streets. She'll go around that few streets and sell that curd and buttermilk. Come back in the night with some sweets or food. She'll come back and she had a small Krishna's murti. Krishna statue, small statue of Krishna. She will put all those things in front of that Krishna's murti and speak to him. She will speak to him. "Oh Krishna, please eat. Today I got only this much. Please eat." She will spend some time speaking. And then later on she will eat and sleep. First few days I thought, oh, she is just, because of her devotion, she is talking okay. So I was in that same attitude that, okay, good devotee, anyhow she gives food for me, that's all. So why to interfere unnecessarily in her lifestyle? Every day, same routine. She will go to the nearby streets and sell that buttermilk or milk or whatever, curd, and evening she'll come back with some sweets and candy
and some food for that Krishna and for her, for me also. After 10 days, usually I don't stay more than a week or 10 days in any village. I said, all right, now I am going for my pilgrimage, because I was going towards a big Shiva temple called Somnath. She started crying. She said, no, Baba, don't go. Baba means father. Don't think I'll ask you to work. I'll give you food every day. Why do you want to leave me and go? I feel so happy that Krishna himself has come in your farm into my house, and please stay. I told, no, I'm not unhappy with you, but I'm a sadhu. I'm a sannyasi. I should supposed to travel. I can't stay in one place, and I have to go for my pilgrimage. She started telling, no, don't go, 2-3 words. When she understood that she can't convince me, she went and sat in front of Krishna and started crying. Krishna, tell him not to go. Why don't you convince him? Tell him not to go. Why he is leaving? I did not do any mistake. I feel that you yourself came in the form of a sadhu and you are staying with me and blessing me. And she started crying. Now I felt it is too much. See, as long as she talks to Krishna, I have no problem. But now bringing me also, I went near her and started giving my own philosophical advice. God is formless. Your bhakti is okay, but you should not get attached so much with me and all. Even with me, you can't get so much attached. You should not. I'm a sadhu. And what are you talking to Krishna? You can worship, you can develop your bhakti, okay, but you think that he will convince me. And not only she was talking to Krishna, she herself is telling the answer. Oh, Krishna, you are telling you should go. He is a sadhu, he should not stay with me. All right, if you say okay. She is talking for herself and talking for Krishna. She is talking as if she is listening to a reply from Krishna. Now I said, it is too much. This is too much. And I went near her and told, Arey, what are you doing? You think that she is talking to you? And she very casually, very innocent lady, very casually, she just held my hand and said, Baba, don't you see, he is sitting there. And she held my hand. I promise I saw Krishna there. He was there, sitting as a young boy with a blue body, whatever way we describe, he was there, just sitting and smiling. Logic can't understand, logic can't explain, but I promise I saw him. He was there. He was there. When she left the hand, again I saw only the statue. The form has disappeared. When she held my hand, just for a few moments, I saw he was there, sitting. Not as a hallucination, no. I saw him much more clearly, deeply than I am seeing you. He was there. Just I fell at her feet and told her, please don't call me as Baba. You are mother. You are 1,000 times more than any sadhu, any sannyasi. All my ego, intellectual ideologies, the intellectual personality, the logical personality simply fell at her feet. She was shocked. She said, Baba, you are a sadhu, you should not touch my feet. It's sin for me. I said, I may be wearing this cloth, but you are 1,000 times greater than any sadhu, any logical person, any intellectual person. If you can open up so much, the statue can become alive. And if you can transmit that experience to somebody just by holding the hand, this is what I call initiation. You are my guru. I told her, no guru can give me darshan or experience just by touching. They can only give mantra. You gave me darshan, you are my guru. Just I fell at her feet. She was shocked. But let me be very clear. I understood the power of opening up, the power of trusting in that incident. That taught me how the power of opening up can transform your being. Nothing else can transform you. No learning, no teaching. Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrun. First time I understood all my studies, because I had a big pride that just by studying, just by reading all and having this knowledge, you can achieve something. No. When I had my darshan through a old lady, her whole wealth is not more than $1,000. Her whole wealth, her house, cow, everything, clothes, everything, if you put together and sell, it will not be more than $1,000. That's our whole worth. That is her property, life and everything. But the quality of life she is living, I can't explain. Living with God. Understand? She is living with God. I was shocked. Just I fell at her feet and did complete namaskar. She was frightened because a sadhu touching her feet, she never expected. I said, you are my guru, you are my master, because not only I have not achieved the spiritual truths which you achieved, the height, not only you achieved, you are able to transmit to somebody just by a touch, just by one touch, she is able to give that experience. She has become a big inspiration source for me.
Swamiji wields a power beyond what a normal orator can do. Orators can play with words, but Swamiji can simply transmit the image that he is seeing, which is in his inner space, into our minds. As if a network of metaphysical fibers is stretching out from us to him and wrapping around each other, going from two different entities to one inseparable unit. In the aftermath of this union, every time we remember him, that intimate place where our stuff intertwines reverberates within us. Sometimes so much so that it expresses power. Any kind of power, from a small smile out of nowhere or an actual diamond out of nowhere. When these great truths of our ancestors were experienced from guru to disciple, this ensured the continuation of Upanishads for generations, right until they were delivered from our own guru. In the Upanishad, there is a verse which goes, न तत्र चक्षुर्गच्छति न वाग्गच्छति नो मनः न विद्मो न विजानीमो यतैतदनुशिष्यात् अन्यदेव तद् विदतद् अदो अवितदद् अदि इति शुश्रुम पूर्वेषां येनस्तद् व्याचचक्षिरे. This translation goes, where the eye goes not, the speech goes not, nor the mind and the intellect. We do not know, we do not understand how that reality, consciousness, can be taught. It is distinct from the known, as it is far beyond man's finite objective nature. That is, what the mind, eyes, ears, or speech, the senses can perceive, and it is beyond the unknown, as it can be known by man's divine, infinite, subjective nature. Thus, we have heard from the ancient gurus who have revealed and explained that to us. When Swamiji was explaining this verse during satsang in 2016, he explained then that there was a sudden flash of an incident that happened inside of him from when he was wandering the length and breadth of India in around 1998-1999. This was from the time that he was assisting Vairagyananda. Vairagyananda Swami was a great sadhu who Swamiji personally served, and he was a direct disciple of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Sarada Devi.
Vairagyananda Swami had thousands of devotees come to him for darshan and even VIPs. While he was alive, this tumbler was witness to the biomemory and muscle memory. Now, it carries that from his life to Swamiji's. Let's watch a video that Swamiji explaining about Swami Vairagyananda Puri. Years before, Vairagyananda Swami was a witness to a Jagad, Jagaddatri Puja that traditionally pujaris make Devi out of clay and water from Ganga. But on this occasion, heavy rains made it impossible for the clay to, to stay to stay intact. Spontaneously, Sharda Devi herself sat. They conducted puja for her. At last, Vairagyananda Swami bowed down to touch her feet. As he lifted his head to see his beloved Guru again, he saw Jagaddatri herself from foot to head. At the last minute, he collected the kumkum offered at her feet for puja. In 1995, Vairagyananda Swami gave Swamiji the Padadhuli of Sharda Devi with the first gold he ever received during his public life. Swamiji retrieved the Padadhuli he kept with him for all these years and made a ring with he has it till this day. The best thing you should develop in your system, your ability to be in the space of unclutching, the space of Sadashivoham, Paramashivoham, perpetual completion, which is technically called by Paramashiva as Sahaja Samadhi. You should develop that space. Now let's watch the video of Swamiji's narration about Vairagyananda Puri.
I was just looking at him, what I can learn, understand. Now this line, please listen to this line carefully. I'll just narrate it. This should be your Facebook status on Vakyartha, the subject for all of you today. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current, he just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. Because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space, or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. When he was describing, I can see, understand. This is the most powerful old age insurance you can do it. Even if you practice just repetition of name, when your logic gets into, actually when the salt intake reduces or creatinine level increases in your blood, your ability to connect and remember will fail. Even the pleasure of repeating the name of the God is the pleasure comes from ability to connect and see. You have to connect that name and the God's form and His quality and all that subtly internally. Even that circuit will fail at one time in you. And even if you visualized all the time Sadashiva's form or even my own form, Guru's form, and meditated, there will be one moment where that visualization ability will collapse in you. The one and only thing you need to develop is your ability to rest in unclutched space. The perpetual completion, Sagaja Samadhi, and even that will collapse. That time, only one thing can hold you, your integrity to your Guru. He said, the only thing I developed in my life is my ability to relax in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When that gives way, I know I'll just fall into my mother's lap, because I was completely integrated to her. The joy beaming in his face. Only with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I had tears of gratitude in my eyes. The next person with whom I had tears of gratitude in my eyes, other than Arunagiri Yogeshwara, is Vairagyananda Swami. This Swami. He was so honest about, he was so integrated about what he was talking. The power of his integrity, I got entangled with that experience. The entangled with that experience. I was actually literally vibrating the space from which he was describing. That entanglement is what I feel is initiation to me. That is the way he transmitted whatever he wants to give me, a blessing, fulfillment, completion. What a significant description. He said beautifully. See, in your brain, if the salt level in your food and blood, the salt level goes down or creatinine level goes up. Please understand. If creatinine level goes up or the salt level goes down significantly, both will make you lose, your brain will lose its ability to remember and connect. So even if you develop the habit of japa, at one time you can fall into depression, because it will not be helpful when your brain collapses, loses its ability to connect and remember. The best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sahaja Samadhi, space of Nithyanandoham. Whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space, which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi or Sadashivoham or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali, Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that, you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. He said, that last point I am going to fall, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I have developed in me, and I am sure about my integrity with my mother. In Bengali, in little few words he uttered, I'll go to my mother's house, Mayarbadi. I'll go to my mother's house. Mayarbadi is the word he used. Mayarbadi means mother's house. Because I was so integrated to her, I'll fall in her lap and I'll go to mother's house. Understand? The moment he said this and it clicked with me, the entanglement was so beautiful. I can see what he is saying is with complete integrity, and it just entered into my system. Literally, that maybe 1 hour that conversation was going on, I was literally in his space and I was literally living what he was talking. When he completely narrated, he's an elderly sadhu, and I just held his hand and said, Maharaji, can I hug you? He smiled and I just hugged him.
Let us see. Shambhala, the etheric helipad, transcribed from Swamiji's own experience. Tapovan is located at about 15,000 feet altitude in the Himalayas above Gangotri and Gomukh, where Ganga appears. Even today, both Gomukh and especially Tapovan are difficult to reach. They have only trekking paths and hardly any accommodation to speak of. To go up to Tapovan and stay there, as Swamiji did during his wandering years, did for many months. It requires acclimatization at the Gangotri altitude for many months. air is very thin at such high altitude, and this can be fatal for someone. Some devotees asked him how he survived in Tapovan. He said he lived in caves, covered himself with some jute material and newspapers left behind by other sadhus, and survived on fruits, berries, and roots that he picked from the plants and trees. He stayed for about 6 months at Tapovan. Swamiji talks with deep passion about Tapovan. He calls this the Shambhala, where the energy of the universe resides. The Sapta Rishis, the seven sages who are talked about in the Hindu scriptures, resides here. Swamiji says that the Sapta Rishis are not physical entities but combined energy of enlightened beings that decides on the operation of universe. He told us that a being could only be enlightened as a human from planet Earth. Other planets have living beings, but not at the same level of consciousness of humans that can elevate into the super consciousness. One needs to be born as a human to be enlightened. The launch pad of enlightened beings is located in Tapovan in the etheric plane. He also said that the banyan tree at Biddi and the banyan tree at um, the banyan tree he visited with Arunagiri Yogeshwara in Tiruvannamalai too are the same etheric plane. When Swamiji was coming down from Tapovan, he had a very unique experience. Swamiji says, see, I discovered I am able to heal when I was traveling in Tapovan. Tapovan is in Himalayas. That area is under army control. So when I was coming down, I saw an army truck. Those guys forced me that I should get into the truck because today, within 12 hours, the whole thing will be covered with snow. You will not be able to survive. I said, okay. In the army truck, there is no seat. There is just a wooden plank and the bolt and nut. They will just put the bolt nut. I was sitting in one place. It was very sleepy. I was very sleepy. At one place, the truck slipped into 20 feet. It started slipping fast. I was thrown. When I landed, the backbone hit exactly on the bolt, and I had the backbone fracture. They took me to camp, and the doctor did all the diagnosis and said, 6 months I cannot move. I said, 6 months in one place? Oh God, nothing doing. I'm going tomorrow morning. They said, at least you should have some first aid. Be here. I said, nothing doing. Swamiji describes the healing process he did for himself. Every day morning, I put my hand. I saw in few days, I became all right. It completely got healed. That is the first time I healed, and first time I understood I can heal. The healing energy is there. In few days, when I came down, I saw the door again, and they said, you are all right. I saw the doctor, and the doctor said, you're all right. You can do whatever you want. You can travel in few days. So when he said, the pregnant with the avataric mission inside him and carrying a body that was as soft as butter, the avatar went first to Tiruvannamalai to offer gratitude to his beloved Lord Arunachaleshwara, with whose blessing he had departed. These photographs are taken during the visit there. In these photos, Swamiji is seated here, unknowingly at the tip of the land in the Girivalam path in Tiruvannamalai, which was donated 8 years later to the mission by Swamiji's own maternal uncle on 19th April 2008. On the auspicious Chitra Paurnami day, Swamiji inaugurated the temple monastery complex in this very place. Achapakam and Tiruvannamalai, the avatar made his way next to Acharapakam near Chennai, where he spent several months asserting the new being, his new being. He lay speechless, motionless, and often without food, while his irrefutable divinity pulled towards him passers-by who took care and became devoted to him. Such were the days in Acharapakam. While in Acharapakam, the avatar visited Tiruvannamalai a few times. Word spread about the return of the avatar, and slowly people sought him out for healing, spiritual counseling, and meditation.
After Swamiji's avataric realization in the year 2000, Swamiji began intensely and fervorously making the Satya Sankalpa, the conscious will, for reviving the nation of Sri Kailasa through a series of elaborate and powerful rituals. Swamiji conducted the Chandi Homa, one of the most sacred and most elaborate, complicated rituals, worshipping the divine feminine Parashakti entirely by himself. The Chandi Homa involves chanting the 700 verse Devi Mahatmyam and a total of 11 times invoking the energy of Chandi, who is the divine mother in her ferocious and powerful form. They invoke the energy of Chandi in the fire and then worship that fire with different oblations. The setup of the ritual includes sourcing rare herbs and produce for the sacred offerings to Devi Chandi. And this Homa is agreed upon to be amongst the highest order and the most powerful ritual which can be conducted in order to manifest what you want into reality. There are a lot of pictures, and this is the first recorded public event that Swamiji did after returning from his wandering days, and it was on Diwali of the year 2000 in one of the temples located in Tiruvannamalai, a temple which Swamiji himself helped in the construction and the designing planning. He organized and guided all of the people who wanted to build that temple. And then finally, he told and guided that they should do this Chandi Homa. One of the main organizers who assisted Swamiji during this Chandi Homa was contacted by the biography team years later. And he was still so inspired. He even had the same Sri Chakra which Swamiji gave and blessed to each and every one who came to the Chandi Homa and participated in the event. He blessed a small Sri Chakra and gave it to each and every one of them. This devotee still has that Sri Chakra and still does daily puja for that Sri Chakra. And continuously, whenever he sees it, he always remembers Swamiji. The devotee's name is Ravi, and recently he gave an interview with the biography team on his cherished memories from the Chandi Homa which Swamiji conducted in November 2000, 20 years back. So let's now watch that beautiful interview by Ravi.
कायेलगिरिं मसगलगिरिं शकलगिरिं श्रीं राजराजेश्वरी स्वाहा. நான் திருவண்ணாமலையிலே பிறந்து எனக்கு 61 வயது ஆகிறது. என்னுடைய பெயர் வந்து ரவி. ராமலிங்கனார் தெரு எங்களுடைய வீடு இருக்கிறது. எங்களுடைய உறவுகள் வந்து ராமலிங்கனார் தெரு, கீழரணை நகர், குமரன் கோவில் வீதி, திருவுரல் வீதி போன்ற இடங்களில் இருப்பாங்க. அதில் நம்மளுடைய சுவாமிகள், என்னுடைய இளவயது ஞானின்னு சொன்ன நம்மளுடைய சுவாமிகள் நித்யானந்த பரமஹம்சர் அவர்கள் அவதரித்த இடம் திருவண்ணாமலை திருவுரல் வீதியில் இருக்கும் வீட்டில். அவர்களுடைய தாத்தா அண்ணாமலை செட்டியார், பாட்டி அனுசுயா அம்மாள், ஒரு அத்தை இருக்கிறாங்க, ஒரு பெரியப்பா இருக்கார். அதோடு அவங்களுடைய பக்கத்து தெருவில் 2 தெரு தள்ளி கன்னிகாபரமேஸ்வரர் கோயில் தெருவில் அவருடைய தாய் வழி பாட்டினார் காஜி முதலியார், அவங்களோட பாட்டி அவங்க இருந்தாங்க. சுவாமிகள் வந்து சிறு வயதுலேருந்தே எனக்கு தெரியும். அவர் வந்து ஆன்மீக அனுபவம் உள்ள, ஆன்மீகத்தில் ஈடுபாடு உள்ளவர். அவங்க தாத்தா பாட்டியோட கோயிலுக்கு வருவார், இந்த தாத்தா பாட்டியோடும் கோயிலுக்கு வருவார், அந்த தாத்தா பாட்டியோடும் கோயிலுக்கு வருவார். தனிப்பட்ட முறையிலையும் கோயிலில் அவரை பார்க்கலாம். எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் கோயிலுக்கு அடிக்கடி சுற்றுவார், போவார். சாமி சிறு வயதுலேருந்தே தெரியும். அப்படி கிரிவலம் சுற்றி வரும் காலத்தில் எனக்கு வந்து பரிச்சயமான கோயில் வந்து, ரொம்ப ஈடுபாடு உள்ள கோயில் வந்து ராஜராஜேஸ்வரி கோயிலாக இருந்தது. அந்த ஆலயத்தினுடைய நிர்வாகி நண்பர் ராஜேந்திரன் என்பவர் இருந்தார். அவரும் எனக்கு ரொம்ப பரிச்சயம். அவர் வந்து திருப்பணி செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்கிட்ட ஒரு அன்பான வேண்டுகோள் வைக்கிறார். நானும் என்ன பண்ணேன், என்னை அறியாமல் அம்பாள் முன்னாடி நின்றுட்டு அவர்கிட்ட கண்டிப்பாக செய்வோம், சேர்ந்தே செய்வோம், எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்தே செய்வோம், நம்ம வழிபாட்டு குழு ஒரு குடும்பம், அந்த வழிபாட்டு குழு குடும்பத்தின் மூலமாக செய்வோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்னுடைய நண்பர்கள்லாம் கேட்காமலே சொல்லிட்டேன். அவங்களும் ஒத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. அப்படி செய்துட்டு வர காலத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டெப் பை ஸ்டெப்பாக அந்த கோயிலை அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக வளர்த்துட்டு வரோம். சிறு கோயிலாக இருந்தது, கொஞ்சம் பெருசாகணும்னு முன்னாடி மண்டபம் போட்டோம். முன்னாடி மண்டபம் அடுத்த மகா மண்டபம் போடணுன்னு ஒரு எண்ணம் வந்தது. 4 பேர் வந்தால் உட்காந்து போகிறதுக்கு, வெயிலில் மழையில் தங்குறதுக்கு, அது சுத்து மண்டபம் போடணும் அப்படின்றது மாதிரி எல்லாமே கொண்டு வந்துட்டோம். அப்படி கொண்டு வந்துட்டு அந்த கொண்டு வந்து இருக்கும்போது மகா மண்டபத்தில் வந்து தூண்கள் வந்தது. அந்த தூண்கள் வந்து 8 தூண்கள் அமைஞ்சது. இந்த 8 தூண்கள் வந்து அஷ்டலட்சுமி வச்சுட்டா நல்லாயிருக்கும் அப்படின்றது ஒரு மனசில் ஒரு எண்ணம் கொண்டு நாங்கள் பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கும்போது, ஒரு நாள் நான் நினச்ச போது கோயிலுக்கு வருவேன்றதுனால ஒரு நாள் இரவு நானும் என்னுடைய நண்பரும் கோயிலுக்கு வந்து கோயிலில் இருக்கிறோம். ராஜராஜர் கோயிலில் மணி 1 மணி அளவில், இரவு 1 மணி அளவில் ராஜராஜர் கோயிலில் இருக்கும்போது சேலத்திலேருந்து ஒரு சுவாமிகள் குருக்கள், அவர் ஜோதிடர், சிறந்த ஞானி, அவர் வந்து என்ன பண்ணார், எங்களுக்கு வந்து முதல்ல வந்து எல்லாருமே வந்து எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே வந்து அஷ்டலட்சுமி வைக்கிறாங்க, நீங்கள் வந்து தசமகா வித்யாதேவிகளை வைங்க, அம்பாளுடைய அம்சமான தசமகா வித்யாதேவிகளை வைங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்கிறாரு. அப்படி சொல்லும்போது அதை பற்றி தெரியுங்களா உங்களுக்கு அப்படின்ட்டா, தெரியும் சுவாமி, எனக்கு கொஞ்ச நாளாக தான் எனக்கு அதை பற்றி படிச்சிருக்கேன், எனக்கு ஒருகிட்ட ஒரு மேக்சின் இருக்குது, அந்த மேக்சின் மூலியமாக எல்லாம் படிச்சிருக்கேன், என்கிட்ட இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்கிறேன். அந்த முடிவுக்கு வந்த காலத்தில் என் நிர்வாகியும் நானும் பேசும்போது படத்தில் புஸ்தகத்தில் போகிறதெல்லாம் வச்சு நம்ம செய்திட முடியாது. அதாவது ஒரு விக்கிரகம் செய்கிறோம்னா அந்த விக்கிரகத்துக்கு அந்த அம்பாளுடைய அம்சம் என்னன்றது வந்து தெரிஞ்சு தான் செய்யணும், தெரியாமல் செஞ்சு வைக்கக்கூடாது அப்படின்றது அந்த 10 அம்பாளும் செய்கிறதுல வந்து சிறப்பான ஒரு இது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு தேடுதலுக்கு நாங்கள் ஆளாயிட்டோம். அப்படி தேடும் காலத்தில் வந்து அவருக்கு ஒரு சிலர் மூலியமாக சுவாமிகளுடைய அறிமுகமானது. முதல் அறிமுகம் ராஜேந்திரன் அவர்களுக்கு, கோயில் நிர்வாகி ராஜேந்திரன் அவர்களுக்கு அறிமுகமானது. அந்த கோயில் எங்கே இருக்குன்னா இப்போ சுவாமிகளுடைய ஆசிரமம் இருக்கும் இடத்துக்கு நேர் எதிரில். சுவாமிகள் வந்து நிறைய வெளியே வரிசையும் கிடையாது. அப்படி போகும் காலத்தில் அவர் இங்கே வரும்போதெல்லாம் வந்து ஓயாமடத்தில் வந்து தங்குவார். அப்போது ஒரு நாள் அழைச்சிட்டு வராங்க, கோயிலுக்கு அழைச்சிட்டு வராங்க. கோயிலுக்கு அழைச்சிட்டு வந்த உடனே என்னை பார்த்த உடனே இவர் எனக்கு தெரியுமே, இவர் தான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவராச்சே அப்படின்னு சுவாமிகளே சொல்கிறாரு. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாயிடுது, சாமி ஞாபகம் வச்சுருக்காரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அப்புறம் நான் சுவாமிகிட்ட பேசினேன். அப்போ சுவாமிகள் வந்து என்ன செய்கிறீங்க, ஏன் செய்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பார்க்குறாரு. பார்த்துட்டு கோயிலுக்குள்ளே போகலாமே அப்படிங்கிறாரு. கோயிலுக்குள்ளே நான், அந்த நிர்வாகி, சுவாமிகள் கூட வந்தவங்க 2 பேர் எல்லாரும் உள்ளே போய் நிற்கிறோம். சாமிகிட்ட உள்ளே போயிட்டு நின்று அம்பாள்கிட்ட வந்து வாசியை பண்ணி பார்க்குறேன். உட்காந்து முட்டி போட்டு அம்பாள்கிட்ட வாசி பண்ணி பார்க்குறேன். இந்த வாசி பண்ணி பார்க்கும்போது எந்திரிச்சிட்டு அவர் மனசில் ஒரு ஆனந்தம், அந்த முகத்தில் ஒரு தேஜஸ் எந்திரிச்சு நின்று ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்கிட்ட சொல்கிறேன். ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்ணி என்ன செய்துட்ருக்கீங்க, என்ன பண்ணுறீங்க, ஏது பண்ணுறீங்க, ஏன் டிலே ஆகுற மாதிரி தெரியுது எனக்கு, ஏன் என்ன காரணம் அப்படிங்கிறாரு. அப்புறம் ஒரு சில பிரச்சனைகளால் டிலே ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது சாமி, ஆனால் பிரச்சனையாலாம் இருக்குது, மற்றபடி எல்லா பிரச்சனையாலும் இருக்குது, டிலே கொஞ்சம் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது அப்படின்னோடனே சரி அதுக்கு ஒரு இது பண்ணிடலாம். நீங்கள் வந்து அம்பாளுக்கு வந்து இது நடக்கட்டும், அம்பாளுடைய ஒரு நவசண்டி ஹோமம் பண்ணுங்க. அதை நானே முன்னே நடத்தி வைக்கிறேன், நானே செய்கிறேன், உட்காந்து செய்கிறேன். இது வந்து வைதிக முறையில் இல்லை, சாதுக்களுக்கே உரியதான தாந்திரிக முறையில் வந்து நான் வந்து நவசண்டி ஹோமத்தை பண்ணி வைக்கிறேன். உங்களுக்கு ஒரு வேகமும் கிடைக்கும், உங்களுக்கு பலமும் கிடைக்கும், பணமும் கிடைக்கும், எல்லாமே நல்லபடியாக செய்வீங்க. சிறப்பாக செய்யணும். வைதிகத்தில் வந்து குருக்கள் உட்காந்து ஆச்சாரிய முகேன கரிஷ்யாமின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவரே உட்காந்து எல்லாரும் உனக்காக நான் செய்கிறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு செய்துட்டு போயிடுவார். இது நம்ம செய்கிறது எப்படின்னாக்கா எல்லாரும் இணைந்து அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து அனைவருடைய உடம்புல இருக்கிற சக்தி எனர்ஜியும் கொடுத்து அந்த அம்பாளுடைய வேண்டது தான் இந்த தத்துவம். இதை வந்து ஹோமமாக செய்கிறோம். நம்ம சமைத்து பெரிய ஹோமம் கொண்டு போடணும். 9 சண்டிக்கு வந்து 9 பேர் உட்காரணும், 9 பேரும் விரதம் இருக்கணும், 3 நாள் விரதம் இருக்கணும். இந்த கட்டளைகள்லாம் எங்களுக்கு சொல்கிறாரு. சரி சுவாமி, நீங்கள் சொல்கிறபடியே நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம், அதுக்கு நாங்கள் ஆளை செலக்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னும்போது அப்போ தான் என்ன பண்ணிட்டார் சுவாமி வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து சாமுண்டியோட மந்திரத்தை, மூலா மந்திரத்தை கொடுக்குறாரு. எங்களுக்கு சாமுண்டியோட மூலா மந்திரத்தை கொடுத்து இதை வந்து டெய்லி அந்த 3 நாளும் பாராயணம் பண்ணுங்கள். காலையில் மதியம் எப்போ வேணாலும் பண்ணுங்கள். அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு முறையாவது 108 முறை சொல்லணும். இதை சொல்லிட்டு தான் நீங்கள் வந்து 3ஆவது நாள் வந்து ஹோமத்தில் உட்காரணும். அப்படி ஆன காலகட்டத்தில் நாங்கள் வந்து அதுக்கு அன்றாட 9 பேரை செலக்ட் பண்ணி அந்த 9 பேர் உட்காரவங்களும் ஏமமாக விரதம் இருக்குது. எல்லாரும் வந்து அந்த ஹோமத்தில் கலந்துக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து நிற்கிறோம். அந்த ஆலயத்தின் வாசற்படியில் சுவாமிகள் வராரு. வந்து அவர் காரில் வந்து இறங்கினார். சுவாமி வந்து இறங்கின உடனே நாங்கள்லாம் எல்லோரும் போயிட்டு சுவாமிகளை அழைச்சிட்டு வரணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு மரியாதையோடு நின்று சுவாமிகளை அழைச்சிட்டு வரோம். சாமியோடு நாங்கள் நேர்ந்து நிற்கிறோம். அந்த சுவாமியோட நேராக அம்பாளுக்கு நேராக வந்து நாங்கள் நிற்கிறோம். அந்த மெயின் என்ட்ரன்ஸில் வந்து நின்ன உடனே ஒரு ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபர், எங்கள் ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபரில் எங்களுடைய அந்த கோயில் நிர்வாகத்தில் இருக்கிற ஒரு உறுப்பினரே ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிறார். அந்த ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கும்போது அங்கே ஒரு ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிறாரு, உள்ளே போகிறத ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிறாரு, லைனாக ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிறாரு. அதன்படி அந்த ஹோமத்தை வந்து எப்படி செய்தாருன்னா எல்லாரும் 9 பேரும் உட்காந்து 9 பேருக்கும் 9 சபித்து 3க்கு 3 அடிக்கு 3 அடி அகலம், ஆழம் வந்து 5 அடி போடணும்னு சொன்னார். 5 அடி ஆழத்தில் ஹோமகுண்டம் போட்டு ஒவ்வொரு சமித்துக்களும் ஒவ்வொரு மூட்டை அந்த சமித்துக்கள். அதே போல் சுவாமிகளோட பூர்ணாகுதி சாமான்களும் வந்து மூட்டை கணக்கில் தான் வாங்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொன்னாங்க. சரி சுவாமி, வாங்கிக்கலாம், அதை பற்றி ஒன்றும் இல்லை, எல்லாமே நம்ம செய்துக்கலாம் சாமி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு எல்லாமே ஏற்பாடு பண்ணி நெய் வந்து டின்னு கணக்கில் வாங்கணும். எல்லாமே செய்து சுவாமிகள் வந்து உட்காந்து 3:30 மணி காலம், 3:30 மணி, 4:30 மணி, 5 மணி ஆயிடுச்சு. 5 மணி காலம் வந்து காலையில் நான் 5 மணிக்கு உட்கார்ந்தவங்க வந்து மணி 11:30 வரைக்கும் அந்த ஹோமத்தை சுவாமிகள் 7/11/2000 செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை அன்றைக்கி தான் செய்யணும்னு சொன்னார். அந்த காலத்தில் செய்தோம். கலந்தோன்னே அந்த 5 மணி நேரம் 5:30 மணி நேரம் உட்கார்ந்த கஷ்டம் தெரியல எங்களுக்கு. 5:30 மணி நேரம் எங்கே இருந்தோன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியல. அம்பாளுடைய மந்திரங்களை சுவாமி ஒரு பக்கம் சொல்ல, இன்னொருத்தர் மந்திரம் கூட படிக்க, புத்தகத்தில் படிக்க, நாங்களும் வந்து எங்களுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்த மந்திரத்தை சொல்லிக்கிட்டே அந்த பூர்ணாகுதி சாமான்களை ஒன்றா சமைத்துக்களை வந்து ஹோமகுண்டத்தில் போட்டு அந்த ஹோமத்தை முடித்து இது ஒரு சிறப்பான இதில் இன்னொரு இது என்னன்னாக்கா சுவாமிகள் வந்து இதில் வந்து ஒரு சிறப்பான ஒரு அமைப்பு ஏற்படுத்தினார். அதாவது வந்து எல்லாமே சாதுக்கள்லாம் செய்கிறது வந்து ஹோமகுண்டத்துலேருந்து நூல் போட்டு நூல் கொண்டு போயிட்டு அந்த ஹோமகுண்டத்துலேருந்து அம்பாளையோ சுவாமிகளினுடையோ கொண்டு போய் அந்த ஹோமகுண்டத்தினுடைய நூலை கட்டிடுவாங்க. பட் ஆனால் சுவாமிகள் என்ன செஞ்சாருன்னா ஹோமகுண்டத்தை சுற்றி தர்பக்கயிறு வேணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். நீளமான தர்பக்கயிறு வேணும், எவ்வளோ நீளம் வேணாலும் கேளுங்க சாமி, நான் ரெடி பண்ணிடுறேன்னா ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுத்தேன். எல்லாம் நீளமான தர்பக்கயிறு கொண்டு அந்த ஹோமகுண்டத்தை சுற்றி அந்த ஹோமகுண்டத்திலேருந்து எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து எங்களை சுற்றி 9 பேரை இணைச்சி அதை கொண்டு போய் சுவாமிகளுடைய இடுப்பில் இணைச்சி அதை திரும்பி அங்கேருந்து கொண்டு போய் கலசம் வச்சிருந்த இடத்த அந்த 9 கலசம் வச்சிருந்த இடத்த இணைச்சி அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கலசத்துலேருந்து நேராக அம்பாளுடைய நாபிக்கு கொண்டு போய் அதை சேர்த்தார். ஹோமம் செய்து அந்த ஹோமத்தில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ன பண்ணாருன்னா அருளாசி வழங்கினார். எங்களுக்கு அப்போது வந்து ஹோமத்தில் உட்காந்தவங்க எல்லாருக்குமே வந்து ஸ்ரீசக்கர யந்திரம் ஹோமத்தில் வச்சு எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தார். அந்த ஸ்ரீசக்கர யந்திரம் இன்றளவிலும் நான் பூஜையில் வைத்துள்ளேன். சாமிகள் கொடுத்த ஸ்ரீசக்கர யந்திரத்தை இன்றளவிலும் அனுதினமும் பூஜை செய்து வருகிறேன். இது சுவாமிகள் கையால் எனக்கு அருளிய ஸ்ரீ யந்திரம். ஹோமம் முடிச்சு எனக்கு கொடுத்தது. இதே போல் எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுத்தாரு. அங்கே வந்து இந்த ஆன்ம கோடிகள் அனைவருக்கும் கொடுத்தாரு. இது வந்து காசுக்காகவோ இல்லை மற்றபடி ஆலயத்தினுடைய நிதியிலிருந்தோ கொடுக்கப்படல. சுவாமி தன்னுடைய சொந்த பணத்திலிருந்து 108 எந்திரங்கள் வாங்கிட்டு வந்து அந்த ஹோமத்தில் வச்சு எல்லா எந்திரத்தையும் எல்லாரும் வந்தவங்க எல்லாருக்குமே கொடுத்தாரு. ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு எந்திரம் கொடுத்தாரு. சிறப்பான வந்து இந்த ஹோமம் முடிஞ்சது. ஹோமம் முடிஞ்சோடனே அந்த வேகம் ஆரம்பிச்சது. அந்த நவகிரக அந்த நவசண்டி இது தசமகா வித்யா தேவிகளை வைக்கணும்னு நான் சுவாமிகிட்ட போய் கேட்கும்போது அதுக்கு உண்டான இது சொல்லணும்னா உங்களுக்கு நான் வந்து இந்த புத்தகத்தில் அந்த புத்தகத்தில் வந்து என்ன இருப்பா எப்படி இருப்பா அம்பாள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒவ்வொரு அம்பாளுடைய இதுவும் இருக்குது. அதை நான் சொல்கிறேன், அதுபடி நீங்கள் செய்துங்க, அது சிறப்பாக அமையும் அப்படின்னாரு. சாமியுடைய அந்த அறிவுறுத்தலின்படி நான் வந்து சாமியோட தனி விட்டு முறையில் போய் இந்த படங்கள்லாம் நான் ரெடி பண்ணி வச்சுருந்தேன். அந்த படங்களை கொண்டு போனேன். கொண்டு போய் சாமிகிட்ட வச்சு நான் உட்கார்ந்த உடனே சுவாமிகள் வந்து அந்த மந்திரங்கள் படித்து அம்பாள் இப்படி இருப்பா, இப்படி பார்வை இப்படி இருக்கும், அம்பாளுடைய கையில் இப்படி இந்த அவயம் இருக்கும், இந்த கையில் கத்தி இருக்கும், சூலம் இருக்கும், அப்படி எல்லாமே வந்து அந்த மந்திரங்களே ஒருபடி அம்பாள் எப்படி உட்காந்துருப்பா அப்படின்றது அந்த காளி, தாரா, திரிபுர சுந்தரி, திரிபுர பைரவி, சின்னமஸ்ஸா, தூமாவதி, கமலாத்மிகா, மகாலட்சுமி, பகலாமுகி, ராஜராஜேஸ்வரி, இந்த 10 அம்பாளுடைய அம்சங்களையும் எனக்கு வந்து எல்லாத்தையுமே சொன்னார். இப்படி இப்படி இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதன்படி சுவாமிகளுடைய சொல்லியபடி குறிப்பெடுத்து அந்த குறிப்பின் மூலியமாக என்ன சொன்னாரோ அந்த குறிப்பில் எப்படி இருக்குமோ. காளின்னு எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் காளி வந்து கோர ரூபம், எல்லாருமே நாங்கள் தொங்க போட்டு கோரமாக இருப்போம் அப்பாள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த தத்துவத்தில் சொல்லும்போது காளி என்பவள் கோர ரூபிணி, சாந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி, அவளுடைய பார்வை வந்து சாந்தமாக இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னாரு. அதில் ஒரு தத்துவம். இப்படி பல தத்துவங்களை வந்து எடுத்து சொல்லி அந்த அந்த உருவம் எப்படி இருந்தாலும் தாயுடைய பார்வை வந்து சாந்தமாக இருக்கணும். அப்போ அதை வந்து அங்கே வந்து நின்று பார்க்கும்போது அந்த அம்பாளுடைய வந்து கிருபா கடாட்சம் நல்லா கிடைக்கும் அப்படின்றது எல்லாருமே எங்களுக்கு சொன்னாங்க. அதன்படி தான் நாங்கள் செய்தோம். சுவாமிகள் வந்து ஹோமத்தை கலந்துக்கிறதுக்காக வந்து இறங்கி உள்ளே என்ட்ராகும்போது அந்த சுவாமிகள் நிற்கிறாரு. அந்த எடுத்த ஃபோட்டோவில் வந்து சுவாமியினுடைய நெத்தியில் எங்களுக்கு புறப்பட்ட ஒளிவட்டம், அதை பின்னால் தான் நாங்கள் உணர்ந்தோம். அந்த ஃபோட்டோ வந்து போட்ட பிறகு தான் எங்களுக்கு அது உண்மைன்றது என்னன்றது தெரிஞ்சுது. ஹோமத்தின் முடிவில் சுவாமிகள் அம்பாள் ராஜராஜேஸ்வரிக்கு பூர்ணாகுதி கொடுக்கும் பொழுது ஜுவாலை வடியில் அம்பாள் உருவானது.
Intense love and devotion, reverence, and the intensity in his conscious will, the Satya Sankalpa that he made for reviving Sri Kailasa in the year 2000, is what 20 years later, just 20 years later, manifested in this nation for Sri Kailasa today. We all, millions of us around the world, if we are able to manifest Shaktis, if we are able to enjoy the Nirvikalpa Samadhi that Swamiji has initiated us into, it is because 20 years ago, with so much of completion, so much of devotion, Swamiji conducted this Homa with the intense will to revive this nation and enrich millions of us. With this, it has now come time to make our own Satya Sankalpa for today. As Swamiji has shown us the power of a conscious will and the power of hard work with intensity, let us write down our Satya Sankalpa for today, what we want to manifest into reality. What is the vision that we have for our lives? Let us write it down. Keep that Satya Sankalpa inside of our inner space. And as we watch the Nithyananda Satsang and go about our day, continuously infuse the superconscious energy in order to make that Satya Sankalpa into reality. Let's take a few minutes now to write that Satya Sankalpa, keep it at Swamiji's feet, and intensely connect to Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya. Let's sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Paramashivoham. Nithyanandeshwar Paramashiva Samarambam. Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam. Asmadacharya Paryantam. Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangi, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Kotari, Tanedar, Paramashiva Ganas, Paramashivoham, Season 8 participants, everyone from all over the world. Today, Paramashivoham Season 8 graduation day. My blessings to all the graduates. I welcome everyone sitting with us in Kailasa TV, Kailasa's NTV, Kailasa's HNTV. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. It's like almost like a briefing of the cosmos. Cosmos briefing you about the happenings of the universe and your planet Earth. Physics, chemistry, biology of this Pralaya, pandemic happening. Listen. Expansion of the universe accelerated is what I am saying as superconscious breakthrough happening. See, universe is consciousness. It was expanding. Suddenly the expansion is accelerated. It is not the happening of the physical component alone. No. The happening is conscious. The place where the atheists and spiritual scientists differ is atheists are trying to say this whole cosmos is just accident or coincident of materialistic happenings. People who know the truth, rishis, inner scientists, who knows the cosmos from the great Hindu tradition, not only they are declaring very clearly, I tell you, all my disciples, I tell you from my personal experience, I am telling you my personal experience in tune with the declarations of Veda Agamic rishis and Paramashiva himself. Universe is consciousness. Isha bhashyamidagun sarvam Whatever exists is consciousness. The superconscious breakthrough is what the scientists are telling. Expansion is accelerated. Understand? The greatest good news for all my disciples, you can use this opportunity to get enlightened, to reach Kailasa. I tell you, all my disciples, for all of you, I give you this good news. Just plan your future with your hopes, possibilities, visions. Drop any fear. You do not have fear. You are not going to live your fears. You might have prepared yourself. See, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst is the way human beings function. Any intelligent human being functions. But for you guys, I tell you, just hope for the best and go on working for your best. You have no worst. All my disciples, I should say, whoever is ready to listen to me, whoever recognizes my identity and ready to listen to me, to all of you I am talking. Understand? Universe is going through a powerful superconscious breakthrough. Enjoy your future plans, hopes, visions, possibilities. Go on working for it consciously. Drop all the fears, delusionary blind spots. Listen carefully. Fears, unsubstantiated fears, forms a kind of a magnetic force to attract negativity in your life, and you start becoming frustrated, violent, murderous. The core mass for a murderer is unsubstantiated fear. Core mass for a non-violent being is Paramashanta Swarupa. Listen. Core mass of you should be non-violence. Paramashanta Swarupa. Absolute Tyaga, unclutching, powerfulness, surrender to Paramashiva, feeling connection with Paramashiva, oneness with Paramashiva. I tell you, all these are multiple words but the same space. If you start developing your core consciously with these practices, cognitions, experience, I tell you, you form a core for a most beautiful existence. Listen, I'll repeat. The core of a murderer will always be unsubstantiated fears. The unsubstantiated fears only snowballs into anger, frustration, feeling violated, then suicidal, delusional arrogance, then enters into murderous, violent. Stop unsubstantiated fears. through tyaga, unclutching, completion, enlightenment, living oneness, ajapa of Mahavagya. Use all these powerful cognitions and drop the unsubstantiated fears. See, I am not saying if a poisonous snake enters your room, you are expected to move out of that place. I am not saying don't run away if a poisonous snake enters your room. No, I am only saying stop unsubstantiated fears shaking your nervous system constant. Snake may enter rarely into your room. If I see the percentage, how many people's lives snake has entered into their room, I can't even say 1% of the humanity. It is less than 0.0001%. But how many have visualized and allowed this fear shake their nervous system? I can say 99.9999%. In how many places actually snake entered? If you see the percentage, how many people allowed this fear to shake their nervous system? Understand, a thought of what will happen, worst, coming and you dealing with it and dropping is okay. But tons and tons and tons of time, your unsubstantiated fears shakes your nervous system. That is what I am saying, drop it. You can easily drop by unclutching. Actually, if you start practicing unclutching, you don't even know how many fears you dropped. Your nervous system becomes so beautiful. Suma taga pala ulla abdiye Paramashiva mayama minnumappa olagame. Your inner space should be like a Kailasa, shining, taga pala like Paramashiva. No blind spot, no unsubstantiated fear, no unsubstantiated frustration, no unsubstantiated anger. I tell you, anything which is not known to you, do not be afraid. See, listen. For example, if you know a president of a country, he knows you, you know him. Will you be afraid of anything else under his rule? Same way, all my disciples, be rest assured, Paramashiva knows you. It's my promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, it's my assurance and promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. Do not be ever afraid of anything. Be loving. Don't be arrogant. I am not asking you to be arrogant. Just be relaxed. You are protected. Name bhakta pranashyat. Hey, listen. I really love you guys. I will not lie. I will only tell you guys very clearly where I can take care of you and where you will have to take the responsibility on your own. I will very clearly bifurcate all that and tell you. Now I am making a very responsible statement. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, to all of either you have declared your integrity to me, or initiated, or recognizing my identity. In any one of this or all of is enough. I am not saying all these should be there. Even in any one of these, if you fit yourself, that's enough. To all of you, I tell you, Paramashiva knows you. You know Paramashiva. Do not be afraid. You don't have to be arrogant, but you do not need to be afraid. You do not need to be afraid. Unsubstantiated fear forms the core, and from that the snowballing effect starts and demons are formed. Do not form the core for demon. I have a beautiful verse. I'll read out for all of you. Esha Brahmaisha Indrayesha Prajapatirete Sarve Devayimani cha Panchamahabhutani Prithvi Vayurakasha Apo Jyotim Shityeta Ni Mani cha Shutramisrani va Pichani Darani Chetarani Chantajani cha Jarujani cha Svedachani Shodvichani Chashwagavaha Purusha Astino Yatkim Chetam Prani Jangamancha Padatrischa Yascha Stavaram Sarvam Tat Pragnyanetram Pragnane Pratishtitam Pragnanetro Lokaha Pragnya Pratishta Pragnanam Brahma. I'll read out the translation. This one is Brahman, this is Indra, this is Prajapati, this is all these gods, and this is 5 elements: earth, air, space, water, fire, and this is all these together with the tiny ones that are the procreators of others and referable in pairs to wit those that are born of eggs, of wombs, of moisture, and of earth, horses, cattle, men, elephants, and all creatures that are which move or fly, to those which do not move. All these are impelled by consciousness. In consciousness, all are established. All these have consciousness as the giver of their reality. The universe has consciousness as its eye, and consciousness is its end. Consciousness is Brahman. Prajna Pratishta Prajnanam Brahma. I tell you, universe is consciousness. This is Rigveda, Aitreya Upanishad, 1st Adhyaya, 5th Kanta, 3rd mantra. Prajnanam Brahma, Prajnanam Brahma, Prajnanam Brahma. I tell you, universe is consciousness. Paramashiva is consciousness. I should say Paramashiva is the source of that consciousness, and he knows you. Understand? He knows you by his own declaration. He has declared clearly. In Vedas and Agamas, he knows the people who are initiated by his parampara. I am from the bona fide Guru Parampara and received the experience and authentication of Paramashiva. Experience for myself and authentication, authenticated to initiate others. Both the ways I have received his command. Only then I am doing my job. So, be assured, Paramashiva knows you. You are protected. I wanted all of you to watch one documentary, small video I am playing now. Please watch. It's about Surya Siddhanta. I am going to be showing. Please understand. This book is from Maya, the father-in-law of Ravana, Mandodari's father. Listen. Hindu tradition is a cosmic science tradition. I operate not with any vested interest other than simply serving the human beings, supporting all of you in your superconscious breakthrough. I have one more video today to be presented to all of you. Please watch this, then I will continue the satsang. So, yesterday I showed a video. The essence of that is, universe is not only expanding, the expansion is accelerated. Now, I am giving you next video. Please watch this. Then I will continue the satsang and expand it.
How many people know the facts of Ravana, the captor of Sita in the Indian epic of Ramayana? However, less known are the incredible achievements of his father-in-law, the king Maya. According to legend, the Hindu god Surya revealed to Maya a very specific knowledge of the cosmos, presumably to allow people on earth to worship him better. This series of treatises is known as Surya Siddhanta and is the oldest astronomy book in existence. It is surprisingly accurate. In fact, it is the oldest book in the world that describes the earth as a sphere, but not flat, with gravity being the reason for the objects to fall on earth, etc. Hindu tradition says that Surya Siddhanta is 2 million years old. Vedic tradition holds that in an oral form. It is believed that the current version available is more than 2,500 years old, still making it the oldest astronomy book in the world. The Surya Siddhanta is an incredible testimony of the advanced thinking of ancient Indians. In this text, one can find the roots of trigonometry, as well as essential mathematical inventions, such as standard notation and the decimal system. In addition, The text described gravity for a millennium before Sir Isaac Newton developed his theory in 1687. Explain these sidereal revolutions and how planets move eastward. Accurately calculate the size and position of distant planets, the duration of a tropical year, and the amount of the time that has passed since its creation. Finally, in this discussion about how time passes at different speeds in different circumstances, it contains the seeds of relativity. Some excerpts from Surya Siddhanta. The average duration of the tropical year is 365.2421756 days, which is only 1.4 seconds shorter than the modern value of 365.2421904 days. The average duration of the sidereal year, the actual duration of the revolution of the Earth around the Sun, such as 365.256627 days, which is approximately the same modern value of 365.2566305 days. This has been the most accurate estimate for the duration of the sidereal year anywhere in the world for over 1,000 years. Not content to limit measurement to Earth, Surya Siddhanta also establishes the moment and the diameter of the planets. For example, the estimated diameter of Mercury is 3,008 miles, an error or less than 1% of the currently accepted diameter of 3,032 miles. It also estimates the diameter of Saturn as 73,882 miles, which again has an error of less than 1% of the standard notation of the currently accepted diameter of 74.580. In addition to inventing the decimal system, the zero of the standard notation, which gave ancient Indian the ability to calculate billions when the rest of the world struggled with 120, Surya Siddhanta also contains the root for trigonometry. Use sine jaya, cosine khojya, or perpendicular sine and reverse sine utkarm jaya for the first time. The objects fall to the earth due to an attractive force of the earth. Therefore, the earth, the planets, the constellation, the moon, and the sun remain in orbit due to this attraction. This was also discussed in Prasannopanishad. The Surya Siddhanta also goes into the detailed discussion about time cycle and that time flows differently in different circumstances. The roots of relativity. This work shows that spirituality has to do with the search for the truth and that science is a path as valid for God as living in a monastery. It is the search for the truth that will eventually lead one ultimately to God.
Listen. Knowledge empowers you, makes you respond differently to the world and problems of the world. Same way, consciousness empowers you. When you are inspired, when you are excited, when you are initiated, when you start practicing power manifestation, the consciousness you experience empowers you, makes you respond completely differently in a very powerful way for the happenings of the outer world. The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact your inner space. You live as Kailasa. Powerful. I tell you. Empowering yourself with consciousness, powerful cognitions, consciousness-based powerful cognitions, and powers of Paramashiva is the best life. I am from the tradition, ecosystem, which gave books like Surya Siddhanta. Understand? I want to tell you. For thousands of years, we know the cosmos more than any scientist in the modern day. For thousands of years, we know all these great truths. Our lifestyle was established on all these great truths. Any simple priest doing puja in a village temple in India, who does the Sankalpa mantra, who knows absolutely more truths about the cosmos than many modern day scientists. Because the Sankalpa mantra, the Mahasankalpa mantra, he should know biography of the whole universe and geography, where he is sitting, and the cosmology, how the whole thing is functioning, and mainly the relationship between these three for his present moment of when he is performing, conducting this sacred ritual. The whole thing he has to know. Only then he can do Mahasankalpa. That is the beauty of this great tradition. Hinduism has suffered too much because it got associated with politicians. So, always the enemies of the politician, see, once Hinduism gets associated with one group of politicians, those politicians, their enemies, naturally try to destroy not only their opponents, the Hinduism also. That is the way Hinduism has suffered too much. My effort to make Kailasa is to keep Hinduism apolitical. Let Hinduism be alive as it is in some one corner of the world for future, because Hinduism is worthy to be kept alive for the future of the humanity. That is what is my whole effort. I am not getting involved in any controversy. I am not questioning anyone using Hinduism or using anti-Hinduism for their politics. Some are using Hinduism for their politics. Some are attacking Hinduism for their political victory. I am not getting involved into any of that. I am not going to comment any of that. I am not going to speak about any of it. I am only saying one thing. I want to keep Hinduism apolitical, alive as it is, as a pure cosmic science, enlightenment science, one corner of the world. So people who are interested in the pure enlightenment science, Hinduism, can study, get benefited, enjoy, entertain themselves, entrain themselves, enlighten themselves with Hinduism. See, some are using Hinduism to advance their political career. Some are attacking Hinduism to advance their political career. I am not talking about any of them. I am not going to comment or name or support, oppose. I am not going to get myself involved in any of it. I only want one thing. I want to keep the pure Hinduism apolitical in one corner of the world. That's all. That's it. That's all I am telling all my sons and daughters, all my kids. study Hinduism thoroughly in depth. The core scriptures, Upanishad, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita. This three is the core scripture. I told one of my daughter, hey, memorize Bhagavad Gita. I'm so happy, sincerely she is doing. And just by memorizing Bhagavad Gita, she became very balanced inside, and she is evolving such unimaginable way. Even I did not expect Bhagavad Gita will do so much good to her. She is evolving like anything. I want to tell all my daughters, all my sons, study these three books, core values of Hinduism, Upanishads. See, Rama compiled the whole knowledge, enlightenment science. When he came into the body, he compiled the whole thing and gave. That is 108 Upanishads, Muktiko Upanishad. That's Rama's gift. The next incarnation, Krishna. Whatever knowledge was present at that time, he compiled the whole thing and gave. That is Bhagavad Gita. The next incarnation, Vyasa. Whatever was available at that time, he compiled the whole thing and gave the essence. That is Vyasa Sutra, Brahma Sutras. These three is the core books of Hinduism. Study them intensely. Then you will have the base knowledge to understand Surya Siddhanta, to understand Saiva Siddhanta, to understand Vaishnava Siddhanta, to understand anything of Hinduism. I just want to keep Hinduism apolitical, alive, true to its original spirit in one corner of the world. That is the reason I am making this Kailasa happen. I am doing this Kailasa. Essence of what I want to convey today, today's message from Paramashiva directly. Universe is consciousness. Make your core more and more consciousness. When you make your core more and more consciousness through these 5 major spiritual practices, unclutching, completion, oneness, ajapa japa of Mahavagya, feeling connection, or any one of these. You can use 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5, or any one. Any one of these will make you more and more conscious. When you make yourself more and more conscious, especially during this accelerated expansion of the universe happening, the period when accelerated expansion of the universe happening, you will get the lion's share of superconscious powers and breakthroughs. That's all I am saying. My blessings to all the Paramashivoham Season 8 participants. I want to tell you, Paramashivoham is not just a program, it's a lifestyle. Paramashivoham only starts, never ends. Raise yourself more and more. to higher and higher consciousness. Raise yourself with more and more higher and higher consciousness. Today we will have further 2 meetings. First meeting will be Paramashiva Ganas, Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra, all 4 Varnas. Then the next meeting will be Paramashiva Ganas, only Brahmana Varna. I wanted to remind, the Varna in Kailasa is your option. You choose. So, with this, I bless you all. I myself will help you all, support you all now to experience Kailasa. Please sit straight. You can either keep your eyes open or closed, that is up to you. If you are happy with unclutching, sit unclutched. If you are happy in doing completion, sit doing completion. If you are happy doing ajapa ajapa of Mahavagya, do ajapa ajapa of Mahavagya. If you are happy in sitting in oneness, sit in oneness. If you can't, close your mouth, close your lips. It's already E. By seeing me, just be in that state of Bhava Samadhi, joy and feeling connection. Anything is okay, just sit. With the grace of Maha Ganapati. With humble prayers to Nandi Ishwara, Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva open the space of Kailasa to all of us. Let Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Surrender your form into Paramashiva's form. See clearly Paramashiva, Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, supernal effulgence, 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, Manonmani Parashakti seated in his lap. Surrender your form into his form. Surrender your name into his name. Surrender your consciousness into his consciousness. Let Paramashiva alone radiate. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shiva Shrunuta Brahmana Sarve Guhyat Guhyataram Param Asti Meror Utak Bhage Maha Kailasa Parvataha Sambasya Sagunasyayam Sabaktasyendu Maulinaha Samvase Yojananam Cha Vimshat Kodibir Ayataha Dauhatyamedat Vikunam Asyanyeyam Dvijottamaha Navaratnamayam tasya Madhye Shikaramuttamam Tatralayam Maheshasya Nanaratna Vichitritam Prakarakko Buratala Valayibir Virajitam Tata Simhasane Tatra Mahan Sambus Sadashivaha Prabulla Kamalolasa Panchavimsanmukhajvalaha Kritanana Yuyodbasti Panchashatkaramanditaha Prabulla Raktambujatta Srinabhyam Shriyuga Vajvalaha Vichitraratnakachitaha Bhushanair Abhibhushitaha Anega Kodi Suryabaha Paramananda Vigraha Aprakridattanushriman Lakshya Lakshana Varjitaha Yado Vacho Nivartante Aprapya Manasasaha Ganga Shraya Jata Juta Chandrareka Vibhushitaha Basmodulita Sarvanga Vyalayanyopavitavan Kapalamalādhari ca Vyakracharmam paravritaha Prativaktram trinayanaha Bhakta sarvartha siddhitaha Pracharya dakshinam bhatam Kunchayit vedaram padam अभयं चक्रशूले च टङ्गपाणौ गदाम्बुजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुप्रासपञ्जपान् अलङ्गुसाक्षमालाश्च शुरिकान्द्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुन्तास्तिदंष्ट्राश्च क्रगञ्च पिन्दिपालकम् पञ्चविंशतिभिर्हस्तैः ततानो दक्षिणैश्चुबैः वरचावौ मृगं चङ्गम् केडपासपरश्वतान् मुत्करं डमरुगं कण्ठाम् रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्गः कुशुण्डिपरिधानपि पलगं पट्टसंवेत्रम् कमण्डलूहुतासनौ कर्तरीं मुसलं पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तताकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयम् राजते तत्र पर्वतः Surrender your form into his form. Surrender your name into his name. Surrender your being into his being. Surrender your consciousness into his consciousness. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Srishti Srishti, Sthiti Srishti, Samhara Srishti, Trobhava Srishti, Anugraha Srishti, Srishti Sthitihi, Sthiti Sthitihi, Samhara Sthitihi, Trobhava Sthitihi, Anugraha Sthitihi, Srishti Samharaha, Sthiti Samharaha, Samhara Samharaha, Trobhava Samharaha, Anugraha Samharaha, Srishti Trobhavaha, Sthiti Trobhavaha, Samhara Trobhavaha, Trobhava Trobhavaha, Anugraha Trobhavaha, Srishti Anugraha, Sthiti Anugraha, Samhara Anugraha, Trobhava Anugraha, Anugraha Anugraha. All these faces of Paramashiva manifest and bless all of us. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Every day, through powerful messages, Swamiji has been giving us powerful cognition. But not only that, through the deluge of the delusion, Swamiji has protected us. Through this COVID, not only that, not only from the direct effect of COVID, but from the deluge of the delusion, not getting impacted by the negativities that we hear outside, nor by the effects of it. Swamiji has been completely protecting us. While the world is going through what it is going through, Swamiji has been keeping us in a very high consciousness and blissful. All that we can do is share this with the world. Paramashivoham level 2, as Swamiji said, is just not a program, it is a lifestyle. That lifestyle that allows us to experience Paramashiva, that oneness, the being of Paramashiva. Anything less than that is really not the life we are meant to live. Anyone who has done any spiritual practice may know that the practice that we do in the Brahma Muhurta between 4:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. is much more effective, 1,000 times more effective than any practice that we do during the day. During this Pralaya, any little bit of spiritual practice that we do is going to be 1,000 times more effective. And Swamiji has given us the techniques that we need to follow. And if we find these things new or we do not know how, of course, Swamiji has given us the Paramashivoham level 2 program to come, learn, practice, and to live that space and being of Paramashiva. So we can register, and if you have already attended, please enrich and enrich the humanity so every single human being can benefit. The website to register is paramashivoham.org. The next program, the next season starts on August 11th. So let us not wait. A simple act of sharing this link, sharing about this Paramashivoham level 2 could save lives. From people becoming suicidal, from people becoming murderers, and just helping the humanity to live in an enlightened civilization. So let us not delay, let us not think, but just share, enrich, and enrich to the humanity with Paramashivoham level 2 and help them to register at paramashivoham.org. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, let's start the power manifestation. Let's sit straight. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start the Sadguru Vandanam for power manifestation session. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyavilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful darshan in Brahma Muhurta and powerful cognition that we cannot be violated. Bhagavan beautifully says, we are the God for ourselves, or we are the demon for ourselves. We, being in the space of Paramashiva, experiencing Paramashiva as our identity, as who we are. With that space, let's start the power manifestation session. We'll go through the security first. The disclaimer. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift that can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness Turiyatita. Bhagavan again and again beautifully describes to us how we are consciousness. We are Paramashiva. By nature, that is how we are divine, who we are. We have come down to experience the state, space, power, superconsciousness, and being of Paramashiva, living as Turiya, the heightened intelligence in awareness, in now, and not getting deluded and not getting into the violation again and again, feeling violated. We are infinitely absolute. Living and declaring and experiencing that will make us understand that the powerfulness can take us to the Turiyatita state. The cognitive shift, deciding that we have come down to experience the higher states of reality again and again. The powerful shift that happens inside us manifest as powers to the outer world. Who is Paramashiva? He is Ajomuha, beyond the formal and formless. He is a living being, Avyakta and the Vyakta, the unmanifest and the manifest. He performs the Panchakritya, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trabhava, Anugraha. Srishti, Satyojata phase. Manifestation is manifested. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is regenerated. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion. Manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva, sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sustained. Sustenance is regenerated. Sustenance is pulled out of delusion. Sustenance is liberated. Aghora, the regeneration is manifested. Regeneration is sustained. Regeneration is regenerated. Regeneration is pulled out of delusion. Regeneration is liberated. Tat Purusha, delusion is manifested. Delusion is sustained. Delusion is regenerated. Delusion is pulled out of delusion. Delusion is liberated. Ishana, Anugraha. Anugraha is manifested. Anugraha is sustained. Anugraha is regenerated. Anugraha is pulled out of delusion. Anugraha is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an avatar from and is Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made Science of Power Manifestation, Yoga, temple-based university for humanity. Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest and extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. He has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination on person and character, attempt on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. Paramashiva has come down as our Guru, Swamiji. He has given the world the science of power manifestation. The science of power manifestation, this is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas, the Veda Agamas, the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas, the Rishis, Ganas, Munis, Nayanamas, Alvars, Yogis, Siddhas, the authority of Hinduisms, who are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Atma Pramana, the avatars who land on the planet Earth to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Shakshi Pramana, millions of disciple devotee followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana. This is from Shiva Samhita 5.7678.
The Shastra Pramana said about the Mahima, power of indivisible height of body and object. It's taken in the Shiva Samhita 5.76 to 78. Maranam bhadyate tena sakena vinabhadyate tasya paramati prada vayusannagate dehe rasasnirbhavedruvam akashapanagajagal iyutamabhivadhate Maranam bhadyate tena sakenapi nagadyate tasya paramasiddhe animadi gunaprada vayustanajate dehe rasavisyam bhavedruvam akashapanagajagala iyutamabhivadhate.
So beautiful. Bhagavan has given the translation. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as the Ashtama Siddhi, Garima, Nima, Lagima, Mahima, the Vayu, the wind energy moves equally throughout his body. The juice of his body also increase. The Rasa Vriddhi, the nectar exuding from the eternal lotus, the also increases in him. Bhagavan beautifully says how the dopamine, right, the delight spot in our brain can increase. It's now there is so many studies. When you are addicted to computer or cell phone or any other outer world thing, you only go on craving for that to increase the experience again and again, because you can never get fulfilled and you can never, it gets bored in any level that you start getting from outer world. If you start understanding to complete the in the inner world and experience the highest nectar that is already there in who you are, the aham, Bhagavan beautifully says, when you unclutch, and only when you understand, you unclutch completely, and you are the identity who is experiencing who, and you are the experience. When you understand that, when you can unclutch from everything outside and experience the space inside you as the spot, once you are able to understand that again and again through unclutching from the outer world, the greater reality who you are gets revealed. And beautifully he says, he is eaten by none. That death comes only for people who are living in illusion and delusion. To pull you out of delusion and reboot yourself, the death happens. But if you do not have any illusion or delusion, you can drop the body at any time. You know that you cannot be violated. You know beautifully that space that you are existing is Paramashiva. Bhishma, when he declared for his father, when his father had to remarry, so Bhishma had to go and find the girl. The girl said to Bhishma, if you marry, your son will become the king. I don't know. I'm not ready. So Bhishma declares from his space that he will be a brahmachari and be a slave till end of his life for Hastinapur. So beautifully he declares from his space, going beyond the lust pattern. he became the real brahmachari, where he was able to experience such a huge power that he started experiencing. Bhagavan beautifully says, in any of the 5 vows, Satya, Ahimsa, Brahmacharya, Asteya, Aprigraha, any of them, when we decide that boldly like Bhishma, and that extreme like Sarva Parityagi, when you declare that, you go beyond the attachment, the pasa and pasu, and simply experience the abundance. Beyond the violation, there is an abundance. When each of these vows gives us the highest reality, when we go to the extreme and declare from the space, not visualization, not verbalization, not declaration, but the real actualization. Bhagavan says, we do not declare we are human beings. Like that, we don't have to declare the space. We know that we are going to live as Satya, Ahimsa, completely non-violent. Only that will happen that you know that you cannot be violated. You're absolute infinite. You can never be taken off, or nothing can be removed from you. When we are very clear who we are, the Nitya space, and when we are ready to search for that space inside us, we are ready to look for that space, decide to determine to live that space, then something else opens up and we start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. There is no boredom, there is no tiredness in that space. Continuously we can experience the rasa vidhi, the nectar exuding from the eternal lotus, and it keeps increasing. Such a beautiful experience start happening. You become blissful, you become happy, and you let everybody to expand around you because you become auspicious. Just possessing or thinking that something in this world is going to add anything or going to be removed, we are only becoming the demon. We have to declare we are God and goddesses. Goddess and goddesses do not possess anything but keep on contributing. And that way they are eternal and they are always blissful and always celebrating the space, state, powers and being of Paramashiva. Such a beautiful sutra and powerful cognition Bhagavan has given. Now the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, if you see Hanuman, he is the ultimate when it comes to the Ahimsa, Satya, Aprigraha. He has declared very clearly he is there for only Rama. Ramanama is his breath, his life, his reality. And when he lived like that, he could do anything. He became as heavy as something that Bhishma could not even move his tail. And then Bhima could not move his tail. And Bhima was trying to see what in him is so powerful. He simply said Ramanama, the Mahavakya, is continuously, he's enjoying inside him the space of Paramashiva, of Rama, the ultimate, that he is in, residing in. Nothing could disturb him and nothing could take away that space. So he could manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. The Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana, Bhagavan himself was in the Los Angeles where he was blessing the devotees to move the deity, which was Nataraja deity, which was 6 feet and 10 inches. And the door was 6 feet and 8 inches. So they were waiting to cut the door and make a huge door. But Bhagavan said, no problem. Don't worry, Nataraja will fit. The minute he said, Nataraja himself shrunk and then became the same size. And when they measured again after the Nataraja deity was placed, it was 6 feet and 10 inches. How it could shrink and come back, remeasure to the new size, nobody knows. But so beautifully when Bhagavan said, Nataraja simply made it happen. The power of being in oneness, breaking ferociously the boredom and tiredness, and experiencing Bhagavan as your ultimate. the space, the bhakti, just melting again and again in the space of Bhagavan, without the self-doubt and self-denial, self-hatred. There is nothing to be violated. Only to celebrate we have come down. We become the divine consciousness. Shakshi Pramana, there's millions of devotee disciples who have seen objects which they keep on the phone, where they have downloaded the app or the weighing machine. They have seen the increase happening so beautifully. Here you can see from 26 to 28 to 29, it has really increased 3 grams. So beautiful. Now let's start the first round. You can download on an app, but if you have a weighing machine, that is extremely good. You can place an object to increase the weight of that object. So we'll start with the first round. Let's sit straight, head, neck, and back in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye again and again. When you remember, you are liberated. Absolute unclutch from the state of Paramashiva, complete completion from the space of Paramashiva, oneness to experience the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan said so beautifully, you cannot be violated. Only you deciding your powerless space is violation. Drop that and understand you're absolutely infinite. Brahman, nothing can be removed and nothing can be added. The Purnamada mantra, it says clearly, you are the whole, you are the ultimate. When you determine to live that ferociously, the boredom and breaking the boredom and tiredness, the pandemic fatigue, and experiencing that higher reality who you are, doing the thyaga, complete thyaga of anything and other than that space, nothing else belong to you, and who you are is the being of Paramashiva. You get sucked and pulled into Kailasa and chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When you chant the Mahavakya, it raises your frequency and everything you want becomes reality. Contemplate on Bhagavan's satsang again and again. Raise yourself into complete completion. That outer world is irrelevant, redundant. It is just a dream. It does not have anything to do with you. Whether you are going through the worst or the best, if you're in deep sleep, even if your legs are chopped off, you are in the most happiest bliss space. So nothing actually touches us is the truth. So be very clear, you can never be violated. Who you are can never be violated. This body or this experience, what you experience with the outer world, whether health, wealth or relation, any of that does not violate who you are, the ultimate self. Go back to who you are. Simply you will see everything else fulfilling and becoming abundance for you. Now let's chant Mahavakya for 10 minutes with the oneness capsule and manifest the powers, and make sure you record the whole thing so you can share with the world. Let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's start the oneness capsule. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. So beautiful. Let's start the round 2. You can validate and update for the round 1. We can place another object. You can increase or decrease the weight of the object. Completely be in the will persistence that who you are. Bhagavan beautifully said that who the I is, the aham, is who you are. Unclutch to understand that the beyond the mind, beyond the yours, the attachment is who we exist. Declare your space. Paramashiva is your space, the very being who you exist. The more you are declaring, the more you are going to be remain as I and rich in I, the aham. Absolute unclutching, absolute complete completion, and ferociously breaking the boredom and tiredness. Any outer world again and again, which is giving you the pleasure, the D spot, is only going to lead you to boredom and tiredness. Anything in the outer world, whatever is from verbalization, visualization, and declaration, is going to be only from your frustration, again and again leading to boredom and tiredness. The space who you are, the determined to be as aham, the self, Paramashiva in you, that is what is going to manifest as the reality, as the higher consciousness manifesting the powers. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye and chant the Mahavakya again and again. And you don't have to wait whether it is increasing, decreasing, nothing. Just declaration of determination that to exist who you are originally. Originally, the sun does not have to say, oh, the clouds are closing, I am violated. No, the cloud itself is seen because the sun is there. In the darkness, the cloud is not even seen. You understand you are the sun. Just because the clouds are passing, it does not do anything to the sun. The sun is not touched by it. Same way, whatever patterns we are going through, it is not us. It does not even belong to us. We are Paramashiva, who we are. When you are determined to stay in the space, state, and powers and superconsciousness, being of Paramashiva at the ultimate, doing the Tyaga, the real beautiful space, your melting space as who you are. Whatever you are understanding, melting down in the Shaktipada of oneness with Paramashiva, again and again, the reflection of who you are will be revealed to you. Bhagavan beautifully says, the Shaktipada, quantum entanglement happens when you declare, when you are determined, you are Paramashiva. So let's start the second round with intense chanting, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant, we'll play the Mahavakya. This is one more round to increase or decrease the object weight. Continue the manifestation with chanting the Mahavakya. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful experience. Let's start sharing our experience with the world. Bhagavan beautifully says, contribution is the way of pulling us out of delusion, unclutching and enriching. When you have unclutched, now you have to enrich. Go tell the world how you have experienced the power manifestation from the powerful cognition shift. Sharing the powerful cognition and power manifestation simply again and again pulls you out of delusion and causing others to come to Paramashivoham program or Gana's program or the power manifestation sessions, pulling them out of delusion and liberation happens. Their higher identity is nothing but your higher identity. Everybody, everything is a reflection of who you are. If you are manifesting that beautiful space in you, the reality that is experienced outside you is also beautifully manifested as consciousness. So go ahead, share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Whatever is manifested, put the picture recording and share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. With that, let's surrender all the power manifestation and powerful cognition to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender, we raise in the frequency. With a deep seeking and gratitude, let's ask Swamiji to make this Paramashiva space as your reality. And with that, let's remember Paramashiva in your third eye and end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the power manifestation session. Please make sure you don't miss the Kailash Courtyard sessions where Bhagavan himself surprisingly appears and gives the most powerful cognition and initiation into being of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyanandam.